Welcome in, fellow Potterheads. Tonight, beneath the starry ceiling of the Great Hall, we will be going over magical tales from the wizarding world to guide you gently into the realm of dreams. Before we disappear behind the veil of dreams, take a moment to cast your support spell, tap the like button, and join our magical community by subscribing. Also, I'm curious what time it is in your corner of the wizarding world. Whether you're watching from California, Hogsmeade, or London, share your location in the comments below. Your participation will be greatly appreciated and helps our magical community grow stronger. Now, the time for incantations has passed. Dim your lights, find your most comfortable position, and prepare to be transported to the world of witchcraft and wizardry as we begin tonight's magical tales. Chapter 1. Early Entrepreneurial Spirit. Long before the vibrant displays of Weasley's wizard Wheezes illuminated Diagon Alley, two identical boys with flaming red hair were conducting experiments in the cluttered confines of their shared bedroom at the Burrow. Fred and George Weasley, born on April Fool's Day, a coincidence or perhaps cosmic destiny, showed signs of their inventive nature from the earliest moments of their lives. Tonight, we explore the origins of their entrepreneurial journey, tracing the first sparks of genius that would eventually ignite a revolutionary business in the wizarding world. The Burrow, with its precariously balanced rooms and magical enhancements, provided the perfect playground for two curious minds. Picture the ramshackle Weasley home, nestled among rolling green hills, its chimney puffing irregular spirals of smoke into the clear country air. Inside, amidst the comfortable chaos of a large wizard family, the twins found their first laboratory. Their mother, Molly Weasley, would often recount how even as toddlers, Fred and George displayed an uncanny ability to create mischief of the most unexpected kind. At age 5, they transfigured their younger brother Ron's teddy bear into a giant spider, inadvertently creating his lifelong arachnophobia, an early indication of their talent for transformative magic, if not yet tempered by business ethics. Unlike their older brothers, Bill with his academic excellence, Charlie with his affinity for magical creatures, and Percy with his rigorous adherence to rules, Fred and George charted a different course. Their approach to magic was never about theoretical perfection or rigorous study, but rather about practical application and boundless creativity. While their mother despaired at their apparent disinterest in conventional academic achievement, she failed to recognize that her twins were developing skills far more aligned with magical innovation and commercial instinct. The twins' earliest products were simple but effective. Imagine sitting at the worn wooden table in the Burrow's kitchen, the scent of freshly baked bread mingling with the peculiar odor of experimental magic. A 9-year-old Fred might offer you a seemingly innocent toffee, while George watched with barely contained excitement from behind a tattered copy of the Tales of Beetle the Bard. The sweet would stick your teeth together for hours, a primitive version of what would later evolve into their Ton-Tung toffees. Their initial customers were unwitting family members who alternated between fury and reluctant admiration at the twins' handiwork. What distinguished Fred and George from ordinary pranksters was their systematic approach to product development. Even before owning wands of their own, they meticulously recorded the results of their experiments in a shared journal bound in dragonhide, a Christmas gift from their father Arthur, who perhaps alone in the family recognized their unique potential. The journal's pages were filled with detailed sketches, ingredient lists, and observations written in their nearly identical handwriting, occasionally punctuated with scorch marks or mysterious stains from experiments gone awry. This methodical documentation revealed a seriousness of purpose that belied their reputation as merely mischievous boys. The family garden shed became their first proper workshop, after a particularly explosive experiment left their bedroom ceiling permanently stained with a substance that periodically rained glitter. Arthur Weasley, with his own fascination for experimentation, albeit with Muggle artifacts, tacitly supported their endeavors by pretending not to notice when small items disappeared from around the house, only to reappear as components in the twins' latest invention. The garden shed, with its earthy scent of potting soil and rusting garden tools, provided just enough privacy for their increasingly sophisticated work. By age 10, just before their Hogwarts letters arrived, Fred and George had already created a rudimentary catalog of trick items, hiccuping sweets, color-changing ink, and quills that would write insults instead of the intended text. Their products displayed not only magical precocity, but also an intuitive understanding of what would appeal to their peers. They recognized early that humor had universal appeal, transcending house rivalries and blood status, a marketing insight that would later inform their business philosophy. The twins' complementary skills became apparent even in these formative years. Fred typically originated the boldest ideas, his mind leaping between concepts with an energy that sometimes outpaced his ability to implement them. George, equally creative but slightly more meticulous, excelled at refining these concepts into workable products. Fred dreamed in broad strokes of possibility, while George mapped the practical path to achievement. Together, they formed a perfect entrepreneurial balance, neither complete without the other. Their arrival at Hogwarts marked a critical expansion of both their skills and their market. The castle, with its ancient halls and hidden chambers, offered not just formal magical education, but a vast testing ground for their products and a captive audience of potential customers. The twins approached their education with a highly selective focus, excelling in charms and transfiguration, while showing minimal interest in subjects they deemed irrelevant to their ambitions. Professors often noted with frustration that the twins clearly possessed exceptional magical talent, but applied it almost exclusively to unauthorized pursuits. During their first year, they discovered several secret passages within Hogwarts, routes that would later prove invaluable for their clandestine business operations. Picture the dim stone corridor near the kitchens, torch flames casting dancing shadows on the walls, as two identical red-headed figures huddled over a piece of parchment, whispering excitedly about the tunnel they'd just found, leading directly to Hogsmeade, a future supply route for harder-to-obtain ingredients. Perhaps most significant in these early Hogwarts years was their acquisition of the Marauder's Map, a magical document created by an earlier generation of rule-breakers that revealed every corner of Hogwarts and the real-time location of its inhabitants. The map not only facilitated their mischief-making, but represented a philosophical inheritance. Like the Marauders before them, Fred and George viewed rules as optional guidelines that should never constrain innovation. The map embodied the spirit they aspired to, clever, adventurous, and operating just beyond the boundaries of what was technically permitted. By their second year, the twins had established a modest but growing underground business within Hogwarts. In common rooms and dormitories, between classes and during meals in the Great Hall, whispers would pass among students about the latest Weasley creation. Their products were traded for pocket money, favors, or goods that could be used in future inventions. More importantly, they were building what would later be recognized as a powerful brand, the Weasley name becoming synonymous with quality magical mischief. What few recognized then was how the twins' seemingly frivolous pursuits were developing sophisticated magical abilities. Creating joke products required not only creativity, but precise spell work, an understanding of magical substances and their interactions, and the ability to anticipate and control unpredictable magical effects. While their owl results would later prove unimpressive by conventional standards, Fred and George were gaining a practical magical education more valuable than any offered by the standard curriculum. Their entrepreneurial instincts extended beyond product development to understanding their market. They observed which items sold best to which houses. Gryffindors favored the boldest products. Ravenclaws appreciated the more cleverly designed items. Hufflepuffs were drawn to tricks that could be shared, and even some Slytherins secretly purchased items that could be used to further their own ambitions. The twins adjusted their offerings accordingly, demonstrating an early knack for market segmentation. The foundation of what would become Weasley's wizard Wheezes was laid in these formative years, brick by experimental brick. Each failure taught them resilience, each success fueled their confidence, What began as childhood curiosity evolved into teenage mischief and would ultimately mature into one of the wizarding world's most innovative businesses. Their journey reminds us that extraordinary success often grows from the most unlikely beginnings. Sometimes all it takes is the courage to imagine what others cannot see, and the determination to make that vision real. As the embers in the Weasleys' garden shed smoldered late into those early nights of experimentation, what dreams might have flickered through the minds of the young twins? Could they have envisioned the empire they would build? Or was their focus simply on the joy of creation, the thrill of seeing an idea materialize through the power of their combined imagination? What childhood experiences have shaped your own creative path, and what early signs of your true calling might others have dismissed as merely passing fancies? Chapter 2. Hogwarts as a testing ground. The ancient stones of Hogwarts Castle have witnessed countless magical discoveries throughout the centuries, but perhaps few as colorful as the experimental products of Fred and George Weasley. The corridors and common rooms that once echoed with the footsteps of the founders themselves became the unlikely laboratory for two flame-haired innovators whose business acumen would eventually outshine their academic achievements. Tonight we explore how Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry served as the perfect incubator for what would become the wizarding world's most celebrated joke shop. Picture the Gryffindor common room as evening settles over the castle grounds. The fire crackles in the hearth, casting dancing shadows across the worn crimson rugs and comfortable armchairs. Students huddle in corners completing transfiguration essays or practicing wand movements. And there, by the window overlooking the darkening lake, two identical figures with heads bent close together whisper excitedly over a small box of curious objects. A tentative first year approaches, drawn by curiosity and the twins' reputation for entertaining diversions from homework. By morning, word has spread of a new Weasley creation, perhaps a sweet that makes the consumer temporarily speak in rhymes, or a quill that corrects not just spelling errors, but adds dramatic embellishments to mundane essays. The beauty of Hogwarts as a testing ground lay in its concentrated population of exactly the demographic the twins sought to serve. Within the castle walls resided hundreds of students ranging from homesick 11-year-olds seeking comfort through laughter to stressed fifth years desperate for distraction from wall preparation. Each house offered different testing opportunities. Gryffindors, with their natural inclination toward daring, made excellent initial testers for products with more unpredictable effects. Hufflepuffs provided honest, constructive feedback without the cutting criticism, sometimes offered by Ravenclaws, who nonetheless contributed valuable suggestions for technical improvements. Even Slytherins, while publicly disdainful of Weasley products, became secret customers whose purchasing patterns revealed market opportunities the twins might otherwise have overlooked. The school calendar itself provided a natural business cycle. September brought an influx of new students unfamiliar with the twins' reputation and eager to establish themselves among peers. Halloween created demand for seasonally themed items, while the approach of Christmas examinations spurred interest in their earliest educational shortcuts. February's gloom made comfort products particularly appealing, and the end-of-year exams drove desperate students to seek any advantage, legitimate or otherwise. The twins observed these patterns with the keen eye of natural marketers, adjusting their production schedule to anticipate demand spikes with remarkable precision. Specific locations within the castle became associated with different phases of their business operation. The Gryffindor dormitory served as the initial brainstorming space, where ideas were sketched in journals late into the night by wandlight, long after their roommates had fallen asleep. Abandoned classrooms on the fourth floor became temporary workshops where particularly volatile experiments could be conducted away from the watchful eyes of prefects. The grounds near the edge of the Forbidden Forest provided natural ingredients that couldn't be easily obtained through owl order, requiring clandestine harvesting expeditions that tested both their courage and their knowledge of magical flora. The twins' methods of product development reflected their contrasting approaches to education. Traditional classes might have failed to capture their full attention, but their self-directed learning showed remarkable sophistication. Consider their process. Solves for creating what would later become their Skiving snack boxes. They began with extensive research into medical symptoms and remedies, studying magical maladies in the library's medical section, with more dedication than they'd ever shown for assigned readings. They conducted controlled experiments, meticulously documenting reactions and adjusting formulations with the precision Snape would have envied had it been applied to his potions assignments. They implemented rigorous testing protocols, beginning with self-experimentation before cautiously expanding to volunteers, often compensated with discount coupons for future purchases. Particularly fascinating was their approach to magical reverse engineering. After witnessing a classmate's accidental transfiguration mishap that turned her temporarily purple, the twins spent weeks recreating the effect deliberately, analyzing the magical principles involved, until they could produce a suite that triggered the same transformation, but with a precise duration and reliable reversal. This process demonstrated their intuitive grasp of complex magical theory that their professors rarely witnessed in formal assignments. Their business operations required developing skills beyond mere product creation. Distribution challenges in an environment where adult supervision was omnipresent forced them to develop elaborate systems of inventory management and discreet delivery. Payment collection from fellow students of limited means inspired creative financing options, including barter arrangements and installment plans that built customer loyalty while protecting cash flow. Marketing occurred through whisper networks and strategically timed demonstrations in crowded areas, creating organic buzz that no paid advertisement could replicate. The twins' understanding of psychological principles became increasingly apparent in their product positioning. After noting that students were particularly attracted to items forbidden by Hogwarts caretaker Argus Filch, they began strategically letting slip information about their newest creations within his hearing, effectively leveraging his subsequent ban as premium marketing. They identified the social currency attached to their limited edition items, deliberately restricting supply of certain products to enhance desirability. Most impressively, they recognized the potential for market expansion beyond mere pranks, developing items that solved genuine student problems, like staying awake during history of magic lectures or temporarily enhancing concentration during exam periods. Hogwarts faculty unwittingly contributed to the twins' business education. Professor Flitwick's charms lessons provided techniques that the twins adapted for their trick wands and hats. Professor McGonagall's transfiguration principles became the foundation for their canary creams. Even Snape's potions instructions, delivered with such disdain toward the twins, informed their more complex edible products. The school's restricted areas, particularly the forbidden books in the library, offered advanced magical knowledge that the twins accessed through increasingly sophisticated means, absorbing restricted information that they repurposed into marketable innovations. Their legendary departure from Hogwarts during their 7th year, leaving behind the portable swamp that even Professor Flitwick acknowledged as an impressive piece of magic, represented not failure but graduation. They had extracted every lesson the ancient school could provide, not those intended by the curriculum, but the perfect education for their unique path. Their time at Hogwarts had transformed them from amateur pranksters to sophisticated magical entrepreneurs, ready to revolutionize wizarding commerce. The true genius of Fred and George's Hogwarts years lay in their ability to recognize the castle, not just as a school, but as a business incubator, offering everything a fledgling enterprise needed: a target market, developmental resources, networking opportunities, and a controlled environment for product testing. While their classmates were preparing for careers within existing wizarding institutions, the twins were building the foundation for creating their own. As moonlight spills through the high windows of Hogwarts corridors tonight, consider the lessons written not in textbooks, but in the shadows between official instruction. The twins' journey reminds us that education takes many forms, and that the most valuable learning often occurs beyond the boundaries of assigned lessons. Their legacy lives on not just in the joke shop that bears their name, but in every corner of Hogwarts where students still whisper about legendary pranks and products. What unconventional classrooms have shaped your own development? And what lessons have you gathered from spaces never intended for formal instruction? How might your own talents flourish if given the freedom that Fred and George claimed for themselves within the ancient walls of magical education? Chapter 3. The Creation of Skiving Snack Boxes. In the soft glow of candlelight, behind drawn bed curtains in the Gryffindor dormitory, a revolution in educational evasion was quietly taking form. The Skiving Snack Boxes, perhaps the most infamous and certainly the most profitable early invention of Fred and George Weasley, represented far more than mere confectionery. These ingenious sweets embodied the twins' unique approach to magical innovation, identifying a universal problem, applying creative magical thinking, and transforming the solution into a marketable product that would fund their greater ambitions. The concept for skiving snack boxes emerged during their 6th year at Hogwarts, a time of mounting academic pressure, as professors emphasized the importance of upcoming new tea examinations. Picture the Great Hall during breakfast on a particularly gloomy Monday morning in November. Rain lashed against the enchanted ceiling, mirroring the mood of students facing double potions followed by history of magic. At the Gryffindor table, conversations revolved around various fabricated illnesses and injuries students might employ to escape particularly dreaded lessons. The twins, always attentive to market opportunities, noted the pattern with exchanged glances that communicated volumes without words. What if, Fred mused later that evening in the relative privacy of a corner table in the common room. The excuse wasn't just believable but temporarily real. George, always the perfect counterpoint to his brother's thinking, immediately grasped the concept. A sweet that would make you genuinely ill, just ill enough to secure release from class, paired with an antidote to be taken once safely away from the scrutinizing gaze of professors and the ever-suspicious Madame Pomfrey. The development process began with extensive research. The twins became unexpected fixtures in the library's medical section, poring over volumes like Common Magical Ailments and Afflictions and Healing at Home with Herbs. They studied the symptoms of minor maladies, with the dedication they had never shown in their formal classes, noting which conditions were most likely to secure a swift release from educational obligations while avoiding lengthy stays in the hospital wing. Nosebleeds, fever, fainting, and nausea emerged as the ideal candidates, dramatic enough to be convincing, but not serious enough to warrant extensive medical intervention. Their first experiments were conducted on themselves, a testament to both their bravery and their understanding of ethical product development. The dormitory became an unofficial laboratory after hours, with Lee Jordan often serving as objective observer and record keeper. Imagine the scene: Fred sampling a prototype, fainting fancy, while George stood ready with cushioning charms to prevent injury, and Lee tracking the seconds until unconsciousness with a borrowed stopwatch. These early tests were fraught with unexpected complications: a fever that wouldn't break for 3 days, a nosebleed that required actual medical intervention, and a particularly memorable incident where a mistimed antidote left George speaking backward for an entire afternoon. The refinement stage presented unique challenges that required increasingly sophisticated magical knowledge. The twins discovered that creating the illness-inducing half of each product was surprisingly straightforward. Many common magical ingredients could produce dramatic symptoms when combined properly. The true difficulty lay in developing reliable antidotes that would work quickly and leave no trace evidence for Madame Pomfrey to detect. This required delving into advanced magical theory that went well beyond their formal education. During this phase, they began selectively recruiting volunteer testers from among their fellow Gryffindors, offering store credit for their future shop in exchange for participation. A rigorous testing protocol emerged: careful documentation of each subject's reaction, timed recovery periods, and follow-up observations to catch any delayed effects. The twins' notebook from this period reveals a surprisingly scientific approach, with controlled variables, detailed observations, and methodical adjustments to formulations based on results. The breakthrough for the nosebleed nougat came during a particularly inspired late-night session following a Quidditch victory celebration. George suggested incorporating essence of myrtlap, a healing agent, into the antidote side, creating a compound that not only stopped the bleeding, but repaired the delicate nasal tissues so completely that not even Madame Pomfrey could detect evidence of recent hemorrhaging. Fred, building on this insight, developed a time delay component for the fever fudge that ensured symptoms wouldn't appear until precisely halfway through a class period, making the illness seem more authentic than if it conveniently occurred at the beginning of a dreaded lesson. The puking pastilles proved most challenging, requiring 17 distinct iterations before achieving the perfect balance between convincing symptoms and comfortable recovery. Early versions produced such violent reactions that even the twins questioned the ethics of distribution. The final formulation triggered nausea pronounced enough to secure immediate dismissal from class, but mild enough to subside completely within 90 seconds of consuming the antidote half. Packaging and presentation received as much attention as the products themselves. The twins recognized that the snack boxes needed to appear innocuous enough to avoid immediate confiscation, while being distinctively identifiable to customers. They developed color-coding systems, purple and orange for puking pastilles, red and white for nosebleed nougat, and discrete embossed walls that could be felt but not easily seen by inspecting authority figures. The two halves of each suite were joined so precisely that they appeared as single pieces until purposefully broken at the moment of use. The production phase transformed the twins' dormitory into a small-scale manufacturing facility. Evening hours found them carefully measuring ingredients, casting precise charm work over batches of sweets, and packaging finished products while discussing distribution strategies. Their operations required increasingly sophisticated concealment charms to hide from professors and prefects, including Percy, whose appointment as the latter created additional challenges for the twins' burgeoning enterprise. The market launch of Skiving snack boxes coincided with the educational reforms implemented by Dolores Umbridge during her tenure as High Inquisitor. Her draconian policies and mind-numbing teaching methods created unprecedented demand for educational escape mechanisms. The twins, with their unerring instinct for timing, could not have planned a more perfect market environment had they orchestrated Umbridge's appointment themselves. Word spread through Hogwarts with remarkable speed. The first public demonstration, Fred's dramatic hemorrhaging episode in the middle of Umbridge's defense against the dark arts class, created immediate intrigue. By evening, the twins had sold their entire initial inventory and were taking advance orders for the next production batch. What had begun as a creative solution to boring classes had transformed into a legitimate business operation with significant revenue potential. The response from authority figures proved as predictable as it was ineffective. Confiscation efforts by Filch and the inquisitorial squad simply drove the market underground, increasing both demand and prices. Umbridge's increasingly desperate attempts to identify the source of these mysterious maladies only enhanced the product's reputation and the twins' standing as heroes of student resistance. Even when the Skiving snack boxes were explicitly banned by Educational Decree No. 47, sales continued to flourish through increasingly sophisticated distribution channels. Perhaps most impressive was how the Skiving snack boxes showcased the twins' ability to incorporate customer feedback into product development. When students reported that professors were becoming suspicious of repeated identical symptoms, the twins developed variety packs that allowed strategic rotation of ailments. When Madame Pomfrey began to recognize the pattern of symptoms, they adjusted formulations to introduce subtle variations that confounded her diagnostic efforts. Beyond their immediate success as products, the snack boxes represented something more significant in the twins' entrepreneurial journey. They demonstrated the commercial viability of the twins' inventions on a scale that suggested a dedicated shop might indeed be sustainable. The revenue generated provided capital for developing more ambitious products. Most importantly, they established the Weasley twins not merely as talented pranksters, but as innovative magical manufacturers whose products performed exactly as advertised. a reputation for reliability that would become the cornerstone of their brand. As you drift towards sleep, consider the remarkable alchemy at work in the Skiving snack boxes, not just the transformation of ingredients into magical effects, but the conversion of a universal student desire into a business opportunity that would ultimately fund a dream. The twins understood that true entrepreneurship begins with empathy, with recognizing an unmet need and developing a solution so perfectly tailored that customers cannot imagine how they managed before it existed. What unmet needs might you observe in your own daily life, and what creative solutions might those observations inspire? How might your own frustrations, like those boring classes at Hogwarts, contain the seeds of innovation waiting to be cultivated with the right blend of imagination and determination? Chapter 4: Dung Bombs to Daydream Charms. The evolutionary path of magical invention rarely follows a straight line. In the case of Fred and George Weasley, this journey traversed from the crude simplicity of dung bombs to the extraordinary sophistication of their patented Daydream charms, a progression that mirrored not only their growing magical prowess, but also their maturing business vision. Tonight, we trace this remarkable trajectory of product development that transformed two mischief makers into respected magical innovators, whose creations would eventually impress even the most critical members of the wizarding community. The twins' earliest commercial offerings at Hogwarts were largely adaptations of classic joke items. Dung bombs, those malodorous devices that released an overpowering stench when activated, had been staples of wizarding mischief for generations before Fred and George ever set foot in Hogwarts. Picture the Hogwarts corridors between classes, students rushing to their next lessons through the castle's ancient hallways. A small, innocuous-looking sphere rolls across the flagstone floor, seemingly dropped by accident. Moments later, an eruption of foul-smelling smoke sends students scattering, hands pressed over noses, while Argus Filch hurries toward the commotion, his perpetual scowl deepening at the familiar odor. The twins initially acted merely as distributors of standard dung bombs, purchasing them wholesale from Zonkos in Hogsmeade, and reselling them at a modest markup to younger students, unable to visit the village themselves. Yet even in this early phase, their entrepreneurial instincts were evident. They carefully tracked which variants sold best, noted customer complaints about reliability, and began to envision improvements that might distinguish their offerings from the standard fare. Their first true innovation came in the form of what they called timed dung bombs, modified to activate not upon impact but after a predetermined delay. Imagine the possibilities this simple adaptation created. The ability to establish an alibi before the chaos ensued, the opportunity to target specific moments for maximum disruption, the means to create distractions precisely when needed. The development process required them to master delay charms, normally not taught until 7th year, demonstrating their willingness to advance their magical education when motivated by practical application. From this modest beginning, their product range expanded through what might be called their disruptive phase. Belch powder dissolved invisibly in drinks, causing loud, uncontrollable burping for several minutes after consumption. Trick wands transformed into rubber chickens or oversized mustaches when waved. Canary creams, one of their early signature creations, temporarily transfigured unsuspecting consumers into large canaries, complete with molting feathers as the effect wore off. These products shared certain characteristics, visible effects, relatively simple charm work, and an emphasis on momentary embarrassment rather than lasting consequence. The dormitory room they shared with Lee Jordan became an after-hours workshop where prototypes were tested and refined. The air would be thick with the scent of experimental magic, a distinctive blend of singed hair, caramelized sugar, and the indefinable electrical smell that accompanies transfiguration gone slightly awry. Their fellow Gryffindors grew accustomed to unexpected sounds emanating from behind the closed door, pops and fizzles, occasional squawks or croaks, and the twins' voices alternating between excited exclamations and thoughtful murmurs as they analyzed results. A pivotal moment in their product evolution came during their 5th year at Hogwarts, coinciding with the Triwizard Tournament. The presence of international students created both new market opportunities and exposure to magical traditions beyond British borders. A chance conversation with a Durmstrang student introduced them to Eastern European enchantment techniques that focused on manipulating perception rather than physical reality, magic that would later influence their most sophisticated creations. Their next phase of development focused on what might be termed responsive novelties. These included items like their headless hats, which made the wearer's head invisible, and extendable ears, which allowed users to eavesdrop on distant conversations. These products demonstrated growing technical sophistication. The extendable ears, in particular, required a complex integration of amplification charms, adaptive extension spells, and selective filtering enchantments to make distant voices both audible and intelligible. The workshop for these more advanced creations required greater security and space than their dormitory could provide. They discovered an abandoned classroom in a seldom visited corner of the 5th floor, accessible through a passage concealed behind a tapestry depicting medieval wizards attempting to train trolls in ballet. This space became their true laboratory, equipped with cauldrons of varying materials and sizes, an extensive collection of ingredients stored in carefully labeled jars and boxes, and workbenches scarred with burn marks and stains from countless experiments. By their 6th year, amid the oppressive educational environment created by Dolores Umbridge, their product line evolved again to include defensive items that reflected the darkening atmosphere in the wizarding world. Shield hats, gloves, and cloaks incorporated protective enchantments into seemingly ordinary accessories, creating wearable defensive magic that would eventually attract the attention of the ministry itself. The development of these items required the twins to master shield charms, typically considered advanced defensive magic, demonstrating how their apparently frivolous business ventures had led them to acquire serious magical expertise. Their workshop sessions now often extended deep into the night. The twins would sit on opposite sides of a workbench, wands moving in synchronized patterns as they layered enchantments into their creations, occasionally pausing to consult rare books borrowed from the restricted section of the library. The air would shimmer with magic as they tested shield strength, sending minor jinxes and hexes against their creations to measure resilience and durability. These products marked their transition from joke shop proprietors to serious magical inventors whose work had practical defensive applications. The apex of their creative journey, and the product that best exemplified their extraordinary magical talent, was the patented Daydream charm. This remarkable invention transported the user into a highly realistic 30-minute daydream, while their physical body appeared to be simply staring into space. Each charm created a complete alternate reality within the user's mind, featuring romantic adventures in exotic settings with detailed sensory experiences, including touch, smell, and taste. The magical complexity of these charms cannot be overstated. They required elements of enchantment, typically mastered only by specialists in magical consciousness, combined with aspects of legilimency to interact with the user's own imagination, all carefully controlled to maintain a safe, time-limited experience. The fact that Hermione Granger, a witch known for her exacting standards, expressed genuine admiration for this extraordinary magic speaks volumes about the sophistication involved. Development of the Daydream charms consumed months of intensive work. The twins converted the entire abandoned classroom into a testing chamber, with comfortable chairs arranged in a circle, where volunteers would activate prototypes while Fred and George monitored for adverse effects. Early versions produced concern. When results, one tester remained in a dreamlike state for 3 days. Another experienced a daydream populated entirely by giant talking cheese wedges, and a third reported visiting a perfectly realistic version of ancient Rome, where everyone inexplicably spoke with a Scottish accent. Refinement required the twins to develop entirely new magical theory. They created specialized enchantments that balanced between providing a controlled narrative framework while allowing the user's own mind to customize details, producing an experience that felt both structured and personally meaningful. The charms included safety features that would automatically terminate if the user experienced distress, and memory components that allowed happy experiences to linger as a pleasant feeling after the charm concluded. Each patented Daydream charm was individually crafted, making them among the most labor-intensive products in the twins' inventory. The process involved specialized wand work over precisely formulated potions, a technique combining liquid and charm magic that the twins had pioneered themselves. The final product was packaged in elegant boxes with embossed silver lettering, reflecting their premium positioning and sophisticated nature. These were no longer mere joke items, but advanced magical experiences that commanded appropriate pricing. The evolution from Dung bombs to Daydream charms reflected the twins' own journey from pranksters to innovators. Each developmental phase built upon knowledge gained from previous creations, forming a continuous thread of magical exploration, unified by their distinctive approach. Identify a desire, whether for amusement, practical assistance, protection, or escape. Apply creative magical thinking to fulfill that desire, and package the result in a form accessible to the average witch or wizard. What distinguished the twins' products, even their earliest, simplest offerings, was their absolute reliability. A dung bomb purchased from the Weasley twins would emit precisely the odor intended, at exactly the moment desired, with no unexpected side effects. This commitment to quality control, maintained throughout their expanding product range, established the foundation of trust upon which their business empire would eventually be built. As moonlight filters through your window tonight, consider the remarkable alchemy that transformed simple mischief-making into magical artistry of the highest order. The path from dung bombs to Daydream charms reminds us that true mastery often begins with the most modest of materials, transformed through persistent curiosity and the courage to envision possibilities beyond conventional boundaries. What everyday inconveniences or desires in your own life might contain the seeds of innovation? How might your own creative journey evolve if you approached each creation not as an endpoint, but as a stepping stone toward increasingly sophisticated expression of your unique talents? Chapter 5. Securing the Seed Investment. Every legendary business has its pivotal moment, that crucial turning point when possibility transforms into probability, when dreams begin their journey toward tangible reality. For Weasley's wizard Wheezes, this watershed moment came in the form of 1,000 galleons, glittering in a heavy leather pouch, extended by a young wizard who understood the value of laughter in dark times. Tonight, we explore that fateful transaction between Harry Potter and the Weasley twins, a moment that would change the landscape of wizarding commerce forever. The story begins in the aftermath of the Triwizard Tournament, an event shadowed by tragedy and rebirth. The Great Hall of Hogwarts, typically alive with chatter and laughter, had become somber and subdued. Banners of black hung in place of house colors, and conversations were conducted in hushed tones that echoed against the enchanted ceiling. In this atmosphere of grief and uncertainty following Cedric Diggory's death and Voldemort's return, few noticed the quiet exchange that took place between three friends in a corner of the Gryffindor common room. Picture the scene, embers glowing in the hearth, casting long shadows across worn carpets and comfortable armchairs. Most students had retired to their dormitories, leaving the common room nearly deserted. Harry Potter sat with Fred and George, his tournament winnings 1,000 galleons in prize money, weighing heavily in his school trunk and on his conscience. The gold felt tainted by the circumstances of its winning, bound up with memories he longed to escape. "I don't want it," Harry said simply, pushing the heavy leather pouch across the table. The twins exchanged one of their characteristic glances, a silent communication developed over years of shared thoughts and complementary instincts. Their initial refusal was predictable. Weasley pride ran deep, and charity was not something they accepted easily, but Harry was prepared for this. "Think of it as an investment," he suggested, his voice low but firm. "I need a laugh." "We all do." In those simple words lay the business proposition that would launch an empire, not merely financial support, but a vision and purpose that extended beyond mere profit. Harry wasn't just providing capital, he was articulating a mission statement for what Weasley's wizard Wheezes could become, a source of light in gathering darkness. The significance of this transaction extended far beyond the considerable sum involved. For the twins, it represented validation from someone whose opinion they genuinely valued. Harry's belief in their vision, his willingness to stake not just words but substantial financial resources on their success, transformed their shop from a distant aspiration to an achievable goal. The 1,000 galleons would cover startup costs, but Harry's confidence proved an equally valuable currency in the economy of dreams. Consider the context of this investment. The wizarding world stood at the precipice of its second great conflict with Voldemort. Economic uncertainty loomed on the horizon. Traditional wisdom would have counseled caution, savings, conservative decisions. The timing for launching a joke shop seemed almost ludicrously inappropriate, which perhaps made it perfectly appropriate for Fred and George Weasley, whose business instincts often defied conventional logic yet proved remarkably sound. The twins' acceptance of Harry's investment came with specific conditions they imposed upon themselves rather than at the investor's request. They insisted Harry take no active role in the business and receive no future profits. This unusual arrangement reflected their understanding that Harry's motivation was never financial gain. It also established from the outset that while they welcomed support, the business itself would remain entirely their creation and responsibility. In the days following this exchange, observable changes manifested in the twins' behavior. Their product development acquired new focus and urgency. Late-night experimental sessions in their makeshift workshop intensified. Their already meticulous documentation became even more detailed, with additional attention to cost analysis and production efficiency. What had begun as an extended hobby was rapidly transforming into a structured business plan with defined milestones and timelines. The summer following this investment saw the most concentrated period of product development in the twins' history. Returning to the burrow with financial resources they had never before possessed, they converted their bedroom into a full-scale laboratory. The familiar explosions and strange odors emanating from behind their closed door took on new significance. No longer merely the signs of recreational mischief, but the birth pains of a legitimate business. Molly Weasley's concerns about their future, previously expressed through exasperation over their O-double results and comparisons to their more academically successful brothers, evolved into specific worries about their business aspirations. "Joke shop indeed," she would mutter while preparing dinner, wooden spoon gesturing emphatically as pots stirred themselves in the background. The twins, however, had developed a new resilience to such doubts. With tangible financial backing affirming their vision, maternal skepticism held less power to discourage. Arthur Weasley's response proved more nuanced. While careful not to contradict his wife openly, he demonstrated quiet interest in their progress, occasionally offering suggestions about magical engineering challenges or inquiring about particular products with an inventor's curiosity. His subtle encouragement reinforced the twins' confidence that they were pursuing a legitimate, if unconventional, path within the wizarding world. The practical applications of their seed investment revealed the twins' innate business acumen. Rather than spending lavishly on premises or equipment, they directed the majority of funds toward ingredient supplies, patent filings with the Ministry's Office of Magical Commerce, and targeted equipment that would allow for increased production volumes. A portion was allocated to market research, primarily subscription fees for international wizarding product journals and the occasional bribe to test products in otherwise restricted Hogwarts environments. Their 7th-year return to Hogwarts was accompanied by a detailed business calendar outlining critical development milestones, projected launch dates, and financial benchmarks. The leather-bound planner, charmed to reveal its contents only to the twins, included contingency planning for various scenarios, including the increasingly likely possibility that their formal education might end before official graduation. This level of strategic foresight demonstrated how thoroughly they had embraced their entrepreneurial identities. Harry's role following the investment reflected his original intent. He maintained appropriate distance from business operations, while providing occasional feedback on specific products when requested. His greatest contribution beyond the initial capital came in the form of unwavering moral support. In an environment where adults frequently dismissed the twins' ambitions, Harry's consistent belief in their vision provided emotional reinforcement during inevitable moments of doubt. The twins' management of their investor relationship revealed surprising sophistication. They provided Harry with informal quarterly updates on their progress, presented with characteristic humor, but containing substantive information about product development status, testing results, and revised timelines. These communications reflected their understanding that accountability did not diminish their independence, but rather demonstrated their worthiness of the trust placed in them. On rare occasions when their paths crossed at Grimmauld Place during Order of the Phoenix meetings, the twins would quietly slip Harry prototype products, each more impressive than the last. These informal shareholder presentations reflected their commitment to demonstrating proper stewardship of his investment while maintaining the secrecy necessary in a household where their mother still harbored hopes they might pursue ministry careers. The ultimate validation of Harry's investment decision came during his visit to number 93, Diagon Alley, the physical manifestation of what his 1,000 galleons had helped create. The twins' insistence that Harry take whatever products he wanted free of charge represented more than mere generosity. It was their acknowledgement that the shop's existence owed much to his early faith in their vision, a recognition that some debts transcend financial accounting. As the wizarding community rediscovered joy amidst growing darkness, few customers browsing the colorful displays of Weasley's wizard Wheezes recognized the role played by the boy who lived in bringing this sanctuary of laughter into existence. Harry himself preferred this anonymity, finding satisfaction not in public recognition, but in the private knowledge that his tournament winnings, money he had never wanted, had found its perfect purpose. The relationship between investor and entrepreneurs in this case transcended typical business arrangements. No contracts were signed, no ownership percentages negotiated, no return on investment calculations performed. Instead, the transaction was built on the foundation of friendship, mutual respect, and shared values, a handshake agreement in the truest sense, magically binding, not through enchantment, but through the stronger magic of trust and integrity. As the golden light of evening fades into night, consider how the right support at the critical moment can transform potential into achievement. The twins' journey from ambitious students to successful business owners pivoted on that single moment of faith, a reminder that sometimes the most valuable element in the alchemical process of creation is not gold itself, but the belief that transmutation is possible. What dreams might you bring to life if the right person believed in your vision at the perfect moment? How might you become that catalyst for someone else's aspirations, offering not just resources but the equally valuable currency of unwavering confidence in their ability to create something extraordinary? Chapter 6. Market Research and Product Development. Behind every successful innovation lies a foundation of careful observation, thoughtful analysis, and methodical refinement. While the exuberant displays and colorful packaging of Weasley's wizard Wheezes might suggest spontaneous creativity, the twins' approach to product development revealed a surprising sophistication that combined intuitive market understanding with rigorous magical experimentation. Tonight, we explore the lesser-known research methods and development processes that transformed bright ideas into best-selling products on the shelves of number 93, Diagon Alley. The twins' market research began long before they envisioned opening their own shop. During their earliest years at Hogwarts, they cultivated the habit of careful observation, noting which Zonko's products generated the most excitement, which jokes earned the heartiest laughter, which magical mishaps in class sparked the greatest interest. Unlike formal researchers with clipboards and surveys, Fred and George gathered insights through immersion in their target market, absorbing the unfiltered reactions of their peers as valuable data points that would later inform product decisions. Picture the Gryffindor common room on a winter evening, when outdoor activities were limited by snow and darkness. The twins might casually introduce a prototype product, perhaps an early version of their headless hats, and then settle into armchairs positioned to observe the room's reaction. They noted not just immediate responses but patterns over time, which students approached for a closer look, who asked questions about functionality, how the novelty effect diminished, whether interest resurged when new applications were discovered. This qualitative research provided insights no formal study could capture. Their observational approach extended beyond Hogwarts. During family trips to Diagon, the twins would spend hours in Gamble and Jape's Wizarding Joke Shop, not merely as customers but as researchers, studying inventory placement, customer flow patterns, and interaction between shopkeepers and browsers. They observed which displays drew attention, how packaging influenced purchasing decisions, and the demographics of shoppers who lingered versus those who purchased impulsively. These insights informed not just their product development, but the eventual design of their own retail space. The twins' research expanded internationally during the Quidditch World Cup and Triwizard Tournament, where exposure to foreign wizards introduced them to joke traditions and magical novelties from other cultures. They discovered that while British wizarding humor favored verbal wordplay and visual transformation, Eastern European wizardry emphasized sensory manipulation, and American magical jokes often involved exaggerated physical effects. These observations inspired cross-cultural product adaptations that would later distinguish their inventory from competing shops. As their business ambitions crystallized, the twins developed more structured research methods. They created enchanted survey cards that would reorganize themselves based on the respondents' answers, revealing follow-up questions relevant to previous responses. These were distributed throughout Hogwarts under the guise of a divination project, collecting valuable market data on purchasing power, product preferences, and price sensitivity across different house affiliations and age groups. Their most innovative research technique involved a modified version of extendable ears combined with a dictation quill, allowing them to capture unfiltered conversations about their products in common rooms, corridors, and even classrooms. This ethically questionable but undeniably effective method provided authentic feedback unmarred by the politeness bias that often affected direct questioning. When later developing their own shop, they would incorporate similar monitoring enchantments to track customer movements and dwell time at different displays, continuously optimizing the shopping experience. The twins' product development process revealed a surprisingly systematic approach beneath their carefree public personas. Each new item began as an entry in their product development journal, a leather-bound volume with expandable pages and specialized sections for different product categories. The initial entry for a product concept would specify the core customer need, proposed magical mechanism, anticipated challenges, and preliminary component list. Take, for example, their development of wildfire whiz-bangs, the spectacular fireworks that would later play a pivotal role in their departure from Hogwarts. The initial concept was inspired by a gap in the market. Existing magical fireworks were impressive but predictable, following predetermined patterns with minimal variation. The twins envisioned something more interactive, capable of responding to attempts at suppression by multiplying and changing form. The development process began with basic magical theory research. The twins spent weeks in the library studying complex charm interactions, paying particular attention to multiplication properties and conservation of magical energy. They reviewed historical accounts of similar enchantments, including the infamous multiplication curse that had created chaos at a ministry function in 1837. These research sessions typically occurred late at night, with one twin maintaining lookout while the other accessed restricted texts slipped from the appropriate section when Madame Pince was otherwise occupied. Once theoretical foundations were established, prototype development began. Their workshop during the Wildfire Whiz-Bangs project resembled an alchemist's laboratory crossed with a pyrotechnician's nightmare, cauldrons bubbling with color-changing solutions, wands performing precise movements over volatile materials, and elaborate containment charms surrounding the entire operation. The first prototype achieved the basic multiplication effect, but lacked the creative transformation they envisioned. Refinement occurred through iterative testing, with each failure carefully documented and analyzed. The twins developed a specialized notation system to record magical interactions that proved too complex for standard wizarding documentation methods. Their sixth attempt produced the transformative effect they sought, but lasted only seconds before dissipating. The 10th attempt maintained impressive longevity, but proved impossible to transport safely. The 14th iteration finally balanced potency, stability, and activation control in a commercially viable package. The testing phase for more complicated products often involved recruiting volunteers under various pretexts. Neville Longbottom, unknowingly but regularly, played a crucial role in testing early defensive products, his natural susceptibility to jinxes providing a reliable baseline against which improvements could be measured. Younger students were offered sweets or pocket money to test less risky items, while Lee Jordan and other trusted friends participated in evaluating products with more unpredictable effects. Quality control standards were surprisingly rigorous for what was ostensibly a joke shop inventory. The twins established specific performance metrics for each product category. Shield hats needed to deflect at least 7 minor jinxes before showing any degradation. Extendable ears had to maintain clarity over a minimum distance of 30 feet. Skiving snack boxes required symptom onset within 60 seconds and complete reversal, no more than 90 seconds after taking the antidote. Products that failed to meet these standards were either refined further or abandoned entirely. Their workshop contained an entire shelf of discontinued prototypes, ideas that had proven magically sound but commercially impractical due to cost, complexity, safety concerns, or insufficient market interest. This willingness to abandon projects that didn't meet their standards, despite investments of time and resources, demonstrated a business discipline that contrasted with their apparent impulsiveness. The final stage before commercial release involved packaging development and usage instructions. The twins recognized that product presentation significantly influenced customer perception of value. They experimented with different container materials, color schemes, and typography styles, often creating mock-ups that they would casually leave around common areas to gauge reactions. Instructions were carefully crafted to balance necessary safety information with the humorous tone essential to their brand identity. Pricing strategy revealed perhaps the most sophisticated aspect of their business acumen. Rather than simply calculating production costs and adding a standard markup, the twins developed a variable pricing model that considered perceived value, uniqueness in the marketplace, production complexity, and target customer demographics. Premium products like patented Daydream charms commanded higher margins, reflecting their advanced magic, while more accessible items like trick wands were priced to encourage first-time purchases and build customer loyalty. This methodical approach to market research and product development accelerated significantly once they secured Harry's investment. With financial resources to support more ambitious projects, they expanded their experimentation to include more exotic ingredients and complex enchantments. The basement kitchen at Grimmauld Place temporarily became an auxiliary development facility during summer holidays, much to the dismay of both Mrs. Weasley and the house elf creature, whose respective domains were thus invaded. By the time they were prepared to open their shop, the twins had assembled a product line that reflected not just creative genius, but strategic market positioning. Each item filled a specific niche within their overall catalog, creating a comprehensive range that appealed to different customer segments while maintaining a cohesive brand identity. Basic joke items served as entry-level products and crowd pleasers. Defensive items addressed growing security concerns, and premium enchantments like the Daydream charms established their reputation for magical innovation. The interior design of Weasley's wizard Wheezes itself represented the culmination of their market research. Product placement was carefully orchestrated to maximize exposure to appropriate demographics, less expensive items at child height near the entrance, more sophisticated products toward the rear, where older customers typically browsed. Interactive displays invited customer engagement, and strategic bottlenecks in the layout, ensured exposure to promotional items even during busy periods. As you drift towards slumber tonight, consider the remarkable blend of intuition and methodology that characterized the twins' approach to business development. Behind the facade of carefree troublemakers lay minds capable of systematic analysis, strategic planning, and disciplined execution, qualities that transformed a student enterprise into one of the wizarding world's most successful businesses. What insights might you gather through careful observation of the world around you? How might the balance between creative inspiration and methodical refinement apply to your own pursuits, magical or mundane? What unexpected innovations await in that fertile space where imagination meets disciplined development? Chapter 7. The Grand Opening of Weasley's Wizard Wheezes. In the summer of 1996, as the wizarding world grappled with the confirmed return of Lord Voldemort and the somber atmosphere that accompanied this reality, a splash of vibrant color appeared on Diagon Alley, a beacon of defiant joy amidst growing shadows. The grand opening of Weasley's Wizard Wheezes at number 93 represented more than merely the launch of a new business. It symbolized a declaration that even in darkest times, laughter and wonder remained essential forms of magic. Tonight we explore the remarkable debut of what would quickly become the alley's most popular destination. Picture Diagon Alley as it appeared that summer. Many shops had closed their shutters, windows were plastered with ministry security advisories, and shoppers moved quickly with wary expressions, rarely lingering to chat or browse. The once bustling thoroughfare had adopted a subdued character, reflecting the uncertain times. It was against this bleak backdrop that the vibrant storefront of number 93 made its most dramatic impact. The twins had secured the lease months earlier, a 3-story building previously occupied by a purveyor of self-stirring cauldrons that had relocated to more spacious premises in Horizont Alley. The location was strategically ideal, situated approximately halfway down Diagon Alley, visible from both ends of the street, with large display windows and a generous interior space. The building's somewhat dilapidated condition had made it affordable, and the twins viewed its renovation as an opportunity rather than an obstacle. The transformation of number 93 occurred largely behind temporary magical barriers that concealed the work in progress, building anticipation among regular Diagon Alley visitors. Occasional strange sounds, multicolored smoke, and momentary tremors emanating from behind these barriers fueled speculation about what was being created. The twins, recognizing the marketing value of mystery, deliberately maintained this veil of secrecy, releasing only occasional cryptic hints about their imminent opening. When the magical barriers finally vanished on a bright July morning, the revealed storefront left observers momentarily speechless. In contrast to the muted grays and browns of neighboring establishments, Weasley's Wizard Wheezes exploded with color. The facade had been enchanted with a perpetually shifting rainbow effect, creating the impression that the building itself could barely contain the magical energy within. Large display windows featured elaborate mechanical demonstrations of featured products, miniature fireworks erupting in controlled patterns, headless hats floating above invisible mannequins, toy figures demonstrating shield capes by deflecting tiny jinxes. Most dramatic was the 20-foot mechanical figure of a dapper gentleman in magenta robes, his head repeatedly vanishing as he raised and lowered his top hat to passing shoppers. This animated figure, instantly recognizable as a stylized version of the twins themselves, became an instant landmark in Diagon Alley, visible from considerable distance and serving as both advertisement and navigational reference point. Meet You at the Weasley Man quickly entered the lexicon of London's magical community. The interior space reflected an equally thoughtful approach to design. Crossing the threshold transported visitors into a sensory wonderland, carefully crafted to create what modern muggles might call retail theater. The entrance area featured relatively affordable impulse purchases, basic blaze boxes, trick wands, and reusable hangman sets, displayed on circular islands that facilitated customer flow while encouraging browsing. Magical lighting directed attention to featured products, changing hue and intensity in response to customer density throughout the shop. The twins had incorporated subtle atmospheric enchantments to enhance the shopping experience. A barely perceptible cheering charm permeated the entrance area, creating a gentle sense of optimism that encouraged exploration. The scent profile changed throughout the store. The sweet aroma of wildfire whiz-bangs near the fireworks display, a fresh peppermint scent in the Wonder Witch section, and the distinctive smell of fresh parchment around the patented Daydream charms. These sensory elements created an immersive experience that distinguished Weasley's Wizard Wheezes from conventional shopping. The centerpiece of the main floor was an elaborate fountain, where a wooden statue of a wizard repeatedly pulled a rabbit from a hat, except the rabbit transformed into a different creature every time, from miniature dragon to tiny tap-dancing centaur. The fountain's basin contained not water, but a shifting current of colorful smoke that flowed around the room in controlled patterns, occasionally forming words, advertising special offers before dissolving and reforming elsewhere. Product organization revealed sophisticated retail strategy. The ground floor housed high-turnover joke items that appealed to casual shoppers and younger customers. The first floor featured more specialized products requiring longer browsing time. The Wonder Witch line with love potions and beauty products occupied the front section with soft pink lighting, while the rear space contained the twins' defensive magic items displayed against a backdrop of deep purple velvet, with subtle gold accents, suggesting premium quality and serious magical protection. The top floor served multiple functions, divided between a workshop space for continued product development, inventory storage with elaborate organizational charms, and a small office area. This administrative space featured two identical desks facing each other, a physical manifestation of the twins' collaborative approach to business leadership. The walls displayed framed prototypes of their most successful inventions alongside their original sketches, creating a visual history of their entrepreneurial journey. Staffing decisions revealed the twins' understanding of their own strengths and limitations, recognizing that their talents lay in product development and customer engagement, rather than inventory management. They hired Verity, a recent Hogwarts graduate with exceptional organizational skills, to oversee stock levels and coordinate with suppliers. This early delegation of operational responsibilities freed the twins to focus on the aspects of the business where they added most value. The grand opening day dawned bright and clear, as if even the notoriously fickle British weather wished to contribute to the occasion's success. By sunrise, a queue had already formed outside the shop, comprised primarily of Hogwarts students on summer holiday, drawn by rumors spread through Owl Post about extraordinary magical novelties soon to be available. The twins, dressed in matching magenta robes that would become their signature business attire, opened the doors precisely at 9 o'clock with a theatrical flourish and cascade of harmless indoor fireworks that spelled welcome in sparkling letters before dissolving into a shower of edible glitter. What followed exceeded even the twins' optimistic projections. The crowd that surged into the shop represented the full spectrum of wizarding society, students clutching carefully saved pocket money, ministry employees on their morning break, elderly witches and wizards drawn by curiosity, even the occasional goblin, peering with interest at the financial potential embodied in this new venture. Within the first hour, sales had already surpassed the daily average at Zonko's Hogsmeade location. The twins themselves became part of the retail experience, demonstrating products throughout the shop with the natural showmanship that had characterized their Hogwarts careers. Fred typically stationed himself near the defensive items, his slightly more assertive personality well suited to conveying the serious capabilities behind the playful packaging. George often managed the Wonder Witch section, his marginally gentler demeanor putting female customers at ease while discussing the more sensitive products in the range. Perhaps most remarkable about the opening was the atmosphere it created, a pocket of normalcy and joy in increasingly abnormal times. For a few hours, worries about dark wizards and uncertain futures receded, replaced by laughter and simple wonder at magical ingenuity. Parents who entered with tense expressions left with slight smiles, their children clutching packages wrapped in vibrant paper. Even notoriously serious ministry officials were observed chuckling at the twins' demonstrations. By closing time, the shelves had been nearly stripped bare, requiring an emergency overnight production session to prepare for the following day. The cash register, a modified Gringotts model with additional security enchantments, contained more galleons than the twins had initially invested in their entire inventory. More significant than the financial success, however, was the energy that number 93 had injected back into Diagon Alley. Neighboring shop owners, initially skeptical about the garish new establishment, found their own customer traffic increased by the renewed interest in the shopping district. In the days that followed, Weasley's Wizard Wheezes quickly established itself as more than merely a successful business. It became a cultural phenomenon. Daily Prophet business correspondent Barnabas Cuffa described it as a revolutionary retail concept that transforms shopping from necessity to entertainment. Which Weekly featured the Wonder Witch line in a 4-page spread. Even the Quibbler published an enthusiastic if somewhat confusing review, suggesting the shop's success might be attributed to beneficial Raxpert repelling properties in the paint. The grand opening of Weasley's Wizard Wheezes represented the culmination of years of preparation and the beginning of an enterprise that would eventually expand internationally. More importantly, it demonstrated the twins' most significant business insight, that in the darkest times, the market for joy expands rather than contracts. While their competitors retreated in fear, the Weasleys advanced with the understanding that laughter becomes most precious when most endangered. As the moon rises outside your window tonight, casting silver light across the world, consider the courage required to create joy in uncertain times. The grand opening of Weasley's Wizard Wheezes reminds us that sometimes the most powerful response to darkness is not to kindle a practical light, but to launch fireworks, beautiful, ephemeral, and gloriously defiant in their temporary brilliance. What bold color might you introduce to the muted landscape of an ordinary day? What experience of wonder could you create that might momentarily transport others beyond their everyday concerns? In your own life, how might you become an entrepreneur of joy, finding value not just in solving problems, but in creating moments of delight that remind us why the problems are worth solving? Chapter 8. Business during wartime. The true measure of entrepreneurial fortitude reveals itself not during prosperous times, but when circumstances turn most adverse. As the Second Wizarding War progressed from shadow to open conflict, the vibrant shop at number 93 Diagon Alley faced challenges that would have defeated less resourceful proprietors. Tonight, we explore how Fred and George Weasley adapted their business to not merely survive but thrive during wartime, transforming potential catastrophe into unprecedented opportunity through innovation and moral clarity. The changing atmosphere of Diagon Alley served as a barometer for the wider wizarding world's descent into darkness. Within months of Weasley's Wizard Wheezes' grand opening, neighboring establishments began boarding their windows. Shoppers, once lingering to browse, now conducted their business with hurried efficiency, eyes darting nervously toward any unexpected movement. By Christmas of 1996, more than a third of the alley's shops had closed indefinitely, their owners fleeing abroad or retreating to safer locations beyond London. Picture Diagon Alley on a winter afternoon. Once bustling thoroughfares now eerily quiet, snow gathering undisturbed on doorsteps of abandoned shops, the few remaining customers moving quickly with wands readily accessible. Against this bleak backdrop, the illuminated windows of Weasley's Wizard Wheezes stood in stark contrast, multicolored lights reflecting off freshly fallen snow, the mechanical figure still raising and lowering his hat to increasingly rare passers-by. The initial impact of growing hostilities manifested in practical challenges. Supply chains for exotic ingredients became unreliable as international magical commerce suffered disruption. Certain suppliers refused delivery to Diagon Alley, citing security concerns. Banking became complicated as Gringotts implemented increasingly stringent verification procedures for all transactions. Most significantly, in-person customer traffic declined precipitously as families avoided unnecessary public appearances. Lesser entrepreneurs might have retreated in the face of such obstacles, perhaps closing temporarily or relocating to safer regions. The Weasley twins, however, demonstrated the adaptability that characterizes truly visionary business leaders. Rather than viewing wartime conditions as insurmountable barriers, they analyzed each challenge as a problem awaiting a creative solution, or better yet, an opportunity disguised as a difficulty. Their first strategic adaptation addressed the declining foot traffic in Diagon Alley. Recognizing that customers were avoiding public spaces but still desired their products, the twins rapidly expanded their owl order operation from a minor supplementary service to a core business component. The third floor of their building, previously used primarily for storage, was converted into a dedicated mail-order fulfillment center with an ingenious magical conveyor system that sorted incoming orders, assembled appropriate products, and packaged them for immediate delivery. The development of their mail-order catalog represented a remarkable feat of magical publishing. Unlike conventional catalogs with static images, the Weasleys created a publication with miniature functioning demonstrations of each product. Tiny fireworks actually exploded on the page. Headless hats made the illustrated figures' heads disappear, and extendable ears wriggled realistically beside their description. These enchanted catalogs, while expensive to produce, proved so entertaining that they were frequently shared among friends, extending marketing reach beyond direct recipients. Delivery logistics presented another challenge, requiring innovation. Traditional owl post proved insufficient for the volume of packages, and the conspicuous nature of multiple owls visiting individual homes created security concerns for customers. The twins developed a discreet delivery system using enchanted packages that could navigate independently to their destinations, traveling primarily at night and disguising themselves as ordinary debris if observed. These self-delivering packages featured advanced notice-me-not charms and arrived with perfect timing at recipients' homes, slipping under doors or through open windows with minimal disturbance. Payment processing adapted similarly to wartime conditions, recognizing that carrying significant quantities of galleons had become dangerous and that Gringotts' access was increasingly restricted. The twins implemented a credit system based on enchanted tokens. Customers could purchase these tokens through secure Gringotts transfers, then use them for future orders without additional bank involvement. This system not only addressed practical concerns, but improved customer retention by incentivizing repeat purchases. Perhaps most significant was the twins' pivot toward defensive products. What began as a small section of shield hats had expanded by mid-1997 into a comprehensive range of protective items, cloaks imbued with shield charms that deflected minor jinxes and hexes, darkness powder that provided instant concealment for escape from dangerous situations, decoy detonators that created diversions when activated. These products maintained the signature Weasley whimsy in appearance, but incorporated sophisticated defensive magic that provided genuine protection. The quality of these defensive items attracted attention from unlikely quarters. Ministry officials, initially dismissive of the joke shop's capabilities, began placing substantial orders for shield cloaks and similar protective gear. According to ministry records later made public, during the months preceding the fall of the ministry to Voldemort's forces, the Department of Magical Law Enforcement had equipped over 200 employees with protective items sourced from Weasley's wizard Wheezes, a remarkable vote of confidence in the twins' magical craftsmanship. The twins' approach to product development during wartime reflected both business acumen and moral clarity. They steadfastly refused to create items that could be weaponized offensively, focusing exclusively on defensive, concealment, and escape-facilitating magic. When approached by individuals seeking more aggressive capabilities, typically through oblique inquiries about special commissions, the twins maintained a strict ethical boundary. Their products would protect, distract, and facilitate escape, but never harm, regardless of the potential profits in developing more aggressive items. This ethical position reflected not merely moral principle but strategic vision. The twins recognized that their brand identity was fundamentally associated with harmless mischief and joy. Any pivot toward darker applications, however lucrative in the short term, would irreparably damage their core brand value and alienate their primary customer base. Their commitment to defensive rather than offensive magic positioned Weasley's wizard Wheezes as a rare trusted commercial entity during increasingly paranoid times. Behind the scenes, the twins' defensive product line served purposes beyond commercial profit. Through carefully coded communications with their owl order system, they provided support to the underground resistance movement that would eventually become known as Potterwatch. Order members and others opposing Voldemort's regime could request specific product combinations that included additional protective items at no charge, identified through a system known only to trusted associates. The twins' contribution to the resistance extended beyond material support to include intelligence gathering, their delivery system providing valuable information about Death Eater activities observed during nighttime package navigation. The financial performance of Weasley's wizard Wheezes during this period defied conventional business expectations during conflict. While virtually every other commercial enterprise in Wizarding Britain reported significant losses, the twins' revenue actually increased approximately 30% between the summer of 1996 and spring of 1998. This growth derived partially from their mail-order innovation and defensive product line, but also reflected the fundamental insight that had inspired their business from inception, that laughter and joy become most valuable precisely when most threatened. Their inventory management adapted to wartime uncertainties through increased vertical integration, recognizing that dependency on external suppliers created vulnerability. The twins expanded their on-site production capabilities, converting a portion of their workshop to cultivation of key magical ingredients. A miniature forest of Alihatsi trees, whose leaves induced hysteria, grew under carefully controlled conditions in the back room, while self-stirring cauldrons maintained continuous production of base potions used in multiple product lines. This integration protected against supply disruptions while improving profit margins on highest volume items. Marketing strategy evolved similarly in response to changing conditions, with the daily profit increasingly controlled by regime interests and public gatherings discouraged. Traditional advertising channels became ineffective or unavailable. The twins pioneered what might now be called guerrilla marketing, enchanted graffiti that appeared temporarily on walls throughout magical Britain, displaying humorous messages and product announcements before fading away. They created self-replicating discount vouchers that multiplied when shown to friends, spreading through student networks despite Hogwarts being under Death Eater control. By the time Fred Weasley tragically lost his life during the Battle of Hogwarts in May 1998, Weasley's wizard Wheezes had established itself not merely as a remarkably successful business that had defied wartime economic conditions, but as an institution that had contributed significantly to maintaining morale and providing practical protection during Wizarding Britain's darkest hours. Their success demonstrated that commercial enterprise, when guided by clear ethical principles and innovative thinking, could serve purposes far beyond profit generation even, or perhaps especially, during times of greatest adversity. As the silver moonlight filters through your window tonight, casting gentle shadows across your room, consider how adversity often reveals not just what we are capable of enduring, but what we are capable of creating despite, or because of, the challenges we face. The twins' wartime business adaptations remind us that obstacles, viewed through the lens of sufficient creativity, frequently become the very stepping stones that lead to our most significant innovations. What challenges in your own life might contain hidden opportunities for transformation? How might the restrictions you perceive as limitations actually guide you towards solutions you might never have discovered on an easier path? Like the Weasley twins navigating their business through war, what unexpected route to success might await if you view obstacles not as barriers but as invitations to creative problem solving? Chapter 9. Marketing and Advertising Strategies. The brilliance of Fred and George Weasley extended far beyond their talent for magical innovation. Equally impressive was their innate understanding of how to capture imagination, create desire, and build a distinctive brand identity in the crowded marketplace of wizarding commerce. Tonight, we explore the remarkable marketing and advertising approaches that transformed Weasley's Wizard Wheezes from a student enterprise into one of the most recognizable brands in magical Britain. Strategies as colorful, unexpected, and effective as the products they promoted. From the earliest days of their business aspirations, the twins demonstrated an intuitive grasp of principles that Muggle marketing experts would recognize as sophisticated brand positioning. Even before they had a physical shop or formal business plan, they were cultivating a distinctive brand personality through every student interaction at Hogwarts. Each product demonstration in a common room, each memorable prank in a corridor, each witty response to a professor's reprimand contributed to a consistent brand voice, characterized by irreverent humor, reliable quality, and uncompromising originality. Picture the Gryffindor common room during their final year at Hogwarts, where students gathered to witness the twins' latest creations. The presentation was never merely functional but carefully orchestrated theater, timing perfect for maximum audience, products introduced with theatrical flair, and reactions gauged to refine future demonstrations. These weren't simply product tests but brand-building exercises that established the twins as magical innovators whose creations were worth anticipating. Their first formal advertising appeared before they had secured physical premises. Mysterious posters materialized overnight throughout Hogwarts in the weeks before their departure. Vibrant magenta backgrounds, with gold lettering that rearranged itself into different humorous messages when no authority figure was looking. These posters contained no explicit product information, focusing instead on building curiosity through teasing questions. Bored with school? Products coming soon to brighten your day. Need an escape from O-double revision? We have the solution. This strategy of creating intrigue before revealing specific offerings generated anticipation that would later translate into opening day crowds. The shop's facade itself represented perhaps their most effective advertising medium. In a street increasingly characterized by boarded windows and subdued signage, the vibrant storefront with its animated mechanical figure created a visual disruption impossible to ignore. The 20-foot figure of a gentleman in magenta robes, repeatedly removing his top hat and his head, became an instantly recognizable brand symbol, requiring no accompanying text to identify the business. This prominence in the physical landscape of Diagon Alley gave Weasley's Wizard Wheezes a visual real estate that extended far beyond their actual square footage. Within the shop, product displays demonstrated the twins' understanding of multi-sensory marketing. Rather than relying solely on visual appeal, their presentations engaged all senses. The Skiving snack boxes display included tiny enchanted figures demonstrating various symptoms, accompanied by appropriate sound effects, retching noises for puking pastilles, sneezing for fever fudge. Scent marketing permeated different sections, the distinctive burnt sugar smell of wildfire whiz-bangs, the peppermint sharpness around patented Daydream charms. Even tactile elements were considered, with product containers featuring different textures to create distinctive tactile signatures, recognizable even without seeing the packaging. Their printed materials revealed an equally sophisticated approach to visual communication. The mail-order catalog, which became increasingly important as in-person shopping declined during wartime, transformed a functional necessity into a marketing masterpiece. Unlike the static images of competing catalogs, theirs featured miniature animated demonstrations of each product in action, creating a publication so entertaining that recipients often preserved it long after ordering. The catalog design incorporated a consistent visual language, magenta borders, animated gold lettering, and distinctive typography that became immediately identifiable as the Weasley brand. Perhaps most innovative was their approach to testimonials. Recognizing that traditional endorsements would seem contrived, they developed Wheezes Witnesses, enchanted sections in their catalog and store displays, where satisfied customers appeared in miniature, sharing authentically enthusiastic reviews. These testimonials rotated regularly and included students from all Hogwarts houses, creating social proof that transcended typical school rivalries. Even more effective were the caught-in-the-act displays, showing genuine photographs of spectacular product results. Professors dancing uncontrollably after contact with special sweets, Slytherin prefects sprouting feathers from inadvertent canary cream consumption. The twins' understanding of market segmentation manifested in targeted sub-brands that allowed them to maintain brand coherence while addressing different customer groups. The Wonder Witch line, with its distinctive pink packaging and focus on romance-related and beauty products, successfully attracted female customers who might have otherwise dismissed a joke shop as masculine territory. The Shield Charm product line, presented in more subdued purple and gold, with emphasis on practical protection, appealed to security-conscious adults who would never purchase traditional prank items. Each sub-brand maintained consistent elements, connecting it to the parent brand, while featuring distinctive touches appropriate to its target audience. Pricing strategy formed another cornerstone of their marketing approach. Rather than positioning all products at similar price points, they developed a deliberate tiering system. Entry-level items like trick wands and basic joke products remained affordably priced, creating low barriers to initial purchase. Mid-range products like Skiving snack boxes offered excellent value with multiple uses per package. Premium offerings such as patented Daydream charms commanded higher prices that signaled their advanced magical content while creating aspiration among younger customers. This tiering created natural progression paths for customer relationships, from casual first-time buyers to committed enthusiasts. Seasonal promotions demonstrated their recognition of purchasing patterns aligned with the Hogwarts academic year. Back-to-school specials featured prominently in August advertisements, with particular emphasis on products that could be easily concealed from staff inspection. Pre-Christmas promotions highlighted gift-appropriate items with special packaging. End-of-term offers coincided with students' return home with unspent pocket money. These seasonal rhythms, familiar from their own school experience, allowed targeted messaging that resonated with their core customer base's immediate needs. The twins' guerrilla marketing tactics emerged from necessity during wartime constraints, but revealed their adaptability and creativity. When traditional advertising channels became unavailable or ineffective, they pioneered enchanted messaging that appeared temporarily in unexpected locations, magical graffiti materializing briefly on walls with humorous product announcements, discount codes appearing in steamed-up mirrors, promotional messages emerging in alphabet soup. These unconventional approaches cut through the growing tension of wartime with surprising moments of levity, while reinforcing the brand's association with unexpected delight. Word-of-mouth marketing received particular attention as external circumstances grew more challenging, recognizing that personal recommendation had always been their most effective acquisition channel. They formalized this through their Wizard Weezer referral program. Customers who introduced friends to the shop or mail-order service received special access to limited-edition products unavailable to the general public. This system created not just new customer acquisition, but a tiered community of brand advocates incentivized to spread awareness through trusted personal networks. Their understanding of the power of scarcity manifested in their experimental products line, limited runs of new items, available only for short periods, before being either discontinued or incorporated into the standard inventory. These special releases generated excitement and urgency among regular customers, while providing valuable market testing data. The mystery surrounding whether a particular experimental product would become permanent created ongoing engagement, with customers regularly checking communications for announcements about product status changes. Perhaps most remarkably, the twins recognized that their own personas represented valuable brand assets. They became the living embodiment of their brand values: innovative, irreverent, reliable, and ethically grounded. Their matching magenta robes, synchronized product demonstrations, and consistent good humor created a distinctive presence that customers associated inseparably with their products. Even as the business grew and they necessarily delegated more customer interaction to staff, they maintained regular presence on the shop floor, understanding that their personal connection with customers reinforced brand loyalty in ways no advertisement could replicate. Unlike many business owners who view marketing as a separate function from product development, the twins integrated these aspects seamlessly. Products were designed from inception with their marketing potential in mind: visual distinctiveness, memorable names, and performance characteristics that would generate word-of-mouth buzz. This integration created a virtuous cycle, where exceptional products inspired passionate customer advocacy, reducing the need for expensive traditional advertising, while building a community of loyal supporters. As the gentle night wind rustles the leaves outside your window, consider how the twins' approach to marketing transcended mere promotion to become a form of magic in itself. The magic of creating connection, cultivating desire, and building a community united by shared appreciation for creativity and joy. Their colorful advertisements and clever promotions did more than sell products. They sold the possibility that even in darkest times imagination could triumph and laughter could sustain. What distinctive voice might your own creative endeavors adopt? How might you transform necessary communication into unexpected delight? Like the twins with their vibrant storefront on an increasingly gray street, what splash of color might you introduce that would draw others naturally toward the unique gifts you offer to the world? Chapter 10. Managing Growth and Success. The transformation of a brilliant idea into a sustainable enterprise requires skills beyond mere creativity. As Weasley's wizard Wheezes expanded from a daring concept to a thriving business, Fred and George faced challenges that tested their adaptability, resourcefulness, and leadership in ways that magical education had never prepared them for. Tonight, we explore how two young entrepreneurs with no formal business training navigated the complexities of rapid growth, building an organization that could support their vision without losing the distinctive spirit that made it special. The initial months following their grand opening presented the twins with their first lesson in success management: the challenge of unexpected demand. Having prepared inventory based on conservative projections, they found themselves facing empty shelves within weeks, as customers exceeded their most optimistic forecasts. The shop that had been envisioned as a showcase for hundreds of products temporarily displayed only a dozen, with apologetic signs promising restocking of popular items that had vanished into customers' shopping bags faster than anticipated. Imagine the twins' workshop during those early weeks. A whirlwind of activity as they struggled to replenish depleted inventory. Cauldrons bubbled continuously, enchanted assembly lines operated through the night, and their small staff worked extended hours to maintain even minimal stock levels. This unexpected success created a paradoxical problem. Each item sold represented revenue, but also created pressure to produce replacements, straining their production capacity beyond sustainable limits. Their solution revealed the innovative thinking that would characterize their approach to business challenges. Rather than simply accelerating production of existing products, which would have compromised quality or required unsustainable work hours, they developed an inventory prioritization system based on complexity, popularity, and profit margin. Core products with highest demand received production priority, while specialty items were produced in limited batches with clearly communicated availability schedules that transformed potential customer disappointment into anticipated events. The twins also recognized that their personal involvement in every aspect of production created a bottleneck that limited growth. While their magical expertise was essential for developing new products, many established items could be produced by properly trained staff using standardized procedures. This realization led to the creation of detailed production manuals, leather-bound volumes with animated illustrations demonstrating precise wand movements, potion stirring patterns, and quality control tests. These manuals allowed delegation of routine manufacturing while preserving the twins' exacting standards. Staffing decisions reflected their growing understanding of organizational development. The initial hire of Verity as shop assistant expanded to a team of 7 full-time employees by mid-1997, each selected not merely for magical ability, but for alignment with the shop's distinctive culture. The twins developed an unconventional interview process, that included not just standard questions about experience and skills, but practical scenarios, testing humor, adaptability, and ethical judgment. One famous question: if you could create any joke product, what would it be and why? Identified candidates whose creative thinking complemented the twins' own innovation style. Employee training extended beyond practical skills to include the twins' business philosophy. New hires spent their first week not behind the counter, but experiencing the shop as customers, observing successful customer interactions, and testing products firsthand. This immersion created staff who understood the experience the twins sought to deliver, not merely the transactions they needed to process. The twins instituted weekly innovation breakfasts, where all employees could contribute product improvement ideas or customer service enhancements, creating ownership in the shop's evolution. The physical space itself required adaptation as the business grew. The original shop layout, designed for their initial product range, proved increasingly inadequate as new lines were developed and customer traffic patterns revealed unanticipated bottlenecks. Rather than closing for extensive renovation, the twins implemented an ingenious solution: gradual overnight transformations of specific sections, with enchantments that guided the building's architecture to slowly adjust while preserving the overall atmosphere. Regular customers would notice subtle improvements: wider aisles here, more effective display lighting there, without experiencing the disruption of conventional remodeling. Financial management presented particular challenges for two entrepreneurs whose Hogwarts education had included neither arithmancy focused on business applications nor any equivalent of Muggle accounting principles. Their initial system, while adequate for a student enterprise, proved insufficient for a rapidly growing business with inventory complications, employee payroll, and tax obligations. Showing characteristic humility, they acknowledged this knowledge gap and engaged goblin financial advisors from a smaller firm than Gringotts, trading product development consultation for crash courses in magical business finance. The resulting financial management system combined wizarding and goblin approaches with the twins' innovative thinking. A specialized ledger tracked not just galleons, but ingredient inventory, production capacity, and seasonal demand patterns. The pages reorganized themselves based on which metrics required attention, bringing potential issues to their notice before they became critical problems. This enchanted accounting system, later marketed to other magical businesses as Wonder Wizard Accounting, through a separate partnership, represented one of their less flashy but most profitable innovations. Supplier relationships evolved similarly, as volume demands strained their initial purchasing arrangements. Exotic ingredients required for their most popular products: alihatsi leaves, powdered dragon claw, essence of myrtlap, could not be reliably sourced through standard magical supply chains in quantities their growth demanded. Rather than accepting these limitations, the twins developed direct relationships with primary producers, eliminating intermediaries and ensuring priority access. These connections required diplomatic skills previously untapped, as they negotiated with everyone from temperamental apothecaries to suspicious dragon reserve managers, building a supply network that supported their increasingly complex production needs. Product assortment management represented another growth challenge. The twins' creative minds constantly generated new product ideas, but limited shelf space and production capacity necessitated strategic choices about which innovations to commercialize. They developed a systematic evaluation process involving small batch test production, consumer focus groups disguised as casual product demonstrations, and profit potential analysis. This discipline prevented the common entrepreneurial error of product proliferation at the expense of core offerings, ensuring that new additions to their catalog enhanced rather than diluted their brand identity. Quality control became increasingly critical as production scaled beyond the twins' direct oversight. Each product category received specific testing protocols, with random samples from production batches subjected to rigorous performance evaluation. Shield hats were tested against standardized jinxes to verify protective durability. Wildfire whiz-bangs underwent ignition trials to confirm their elaborate transformation sequences performed correctly. Skiving snack boxes received perhaps the most extensive testing, with staff voluntarily confirming both symptom manifestation and antidote efficacy. These procedures maintained the product's reputation for reliability, despite significantly increased production volume. The mail-order operation, which had begun as a supplementary service, grew to require its own dedicated management as owlpost volume increased dramatically. The initial system of hand-packing orders proved unsustainable at scale, leading to the development of enchanted packaging stations, where products assembled themselves into appropriate containers, based on order specifications. Custom magic detected potential order incompatibilities, products that might interact negatively during shipping, and adjusted packaging accordingly. A specialized magical tracking system allowed customers to monitor their order's journey, increasing satisfaction while reducing inquiry volume. Their intellectual property protection strategy demonstrated remarkable foresight for entrepreneurs so young. Recognizing that their success would inevitably attract imitators, they protected their innovations through a combination of traditional patents filed with the Ministry's Magical Innovation Office and more creative approaches. Their most valuable formulations were protected, not through public registration, which would have required disclosing details, but through complex enchantments that obscured critical components, even to those physically examining the products. When competitor wizard Wheezes, note the missing Weasleys, appeared in Horizont Alley, their preparation allowed swift legal action that preserved their market position. Perhaps most impressive was their management of growth without compromise to their founding values. As the business expanded and profitability increased, opportunities arose to cut corners in ways customers might not immediately notice. Slightly reduced ingredient quality, simplified enchantments that approximated but didn't quite match original performance, expanded production through less reputable suppliers. The twins rejected these compromises, maintaining their commitment to products that delivered exactly what was promised, even when this decision limited growth potential or reduced profit margins on certain items. The ultimate test of their business foundation came when both twins needed to reduce their direct involvement during the height of the Second Wizarding War, as their commitments to the Order of the Phoenix required extended absences. The systems they had established, clear operational procedures, well-trained staff empowered to make appropriate decisions, suppliers who understood their requirements, allowed the business to maintain both productivity and distinctive character despite their reduced presence. This operational resilience demonstrated that they had successfully transformed a personality-dependent venture into a sustainable enterprise with an identity that transcended its founder's daily involvement. As you drift toward sleep tonight, consider the less visible but equally magical transformation that occurred within the walls of number 93, Diagon Alley. Beyond the color-changing hats and self-propelling fireworks, Fred and George achieved perhaps their most remarkable feat of alchemy, converting raw entrepreneurial energy into structured sustainability, without losing the spirit of joyful innovation that gave it life. What systems might you develop to support your own creative visions as they grow beyond initial conception? How might you, like the Weasley twins, build foundations solid enough to support remarkable ideas yet flexible enough to accommodate unexpected opportunities? Where in your life might the structure of thoughtful organization actually enhance rather than constrain the magic of creative inspiration? Chapter 11. The Legacy After the Battle of Hogwarts. In the quiet dawn that followed the Battle of Hogwarts, as the wizarding world began to emerge from the shadow of fear that had darkened so many lives, a profound absence echoed through the colorful shop at number 93, Diagon Alley. The loss of Fred Weasley, one half of the brilliant duo behind Weasley's wizard Wheezes, represented not just a personal tragedy for his family and friends, but a pivotal moment in the business that had brought laughter to countless wizards and witches during the darkest of times. Tonight we explore how George Weasley honored his twin's memory by transforming grief into continued creation, ensuring that the legacy they had built together would not only survive but flourish in the reconstructed wizarding world. The shop remained closed for 40 days following the battle, a period of mourning during which the animated facade stood still, the mechanical figure no longer raising and lowering his hat to passers-by, the enchanted windows dimmed to respectful shadow. During this time, Diagon Alley itself was in transition, slowly reclaiming its former vitality as boarded windows reopened and shopkeepers returned from hiding. Yet the silence of the normally exuberant joke shop stood as a poignant reminder of the personal costs of victory. Picture George Weasley during those first quiet weeks, sitting alone in the workshop where he and Fred had once worked shoulder to shoulder, surrounded by half-finished inventions and notes in two distinctive but similar handwritings. The shelves lined with ingredients they had selected together, the workbenches arranged for two people to collaborate seamlessly, the pair of identical chairs now occupied by only one. In this space alive with memories, George faced the most difficult question of his entrepreneurial journey: how to continue without the other half of his creative partnership. For a brief time, the future of Weasley's wizard Wheezes remained uncertain. Some expected George might sell the business, unable to bear the constant reminder of his loss. Others speculated he might transform it into something entirely different, abandoning joke products for less emotionally laden merchandise. Several competitors, anticipating the shop's closure, began developing similar product lines, prepared to fill the market void they believed would soon emerge. The reopening, when it came, arrived without announcement or fanfare. On a quiet Monday morning, the lights simply illuminated once more behind the shop windows. The door unlocked precisely at 9 o'clock, and George Weasley, dressed in the signature magenta robes but with a subtle black armband, greeted the first hesitant customers with a gentle smile that acknowledged both loss and continuity. The mechanical figure above the entrance resumed its movement, though observers noted that its theatrical flourish seemed slightly subdued, its mechanism adjusted to a more dignified rhythm. Inside, the shop had undergone subtle transformation. While the vibrant displays and interactive product demonstrations remained, a new section had been added near the entrance: Fred's Favorites, featuring the original products that Fred had primarily developed, or that had been his personal favorites. A portion of proceeds from this section, a discreet sign indicated, would be donated to a newly established fund supporting families who had lost loved ones during the war. This memorial, integrated naturally into the commercial space, reflected George's understanding that true remembrance lives not in static monuments, but in continued purpose. The most significant changes, however, occurred behind the scenes. The workshop, once arranged for dual occupancy, had been thoughtfully reorganized to accommodate a different creative process. Where two workstations had faced each other, facilitating constant exchange of ideas, now a single primary station was positioned centrally, with several smaller stations arranged around it for collaborative development with selected staff members. This physical restructuring symbolized George's recognition that while the original partnership could never be replaced, new collaborative relationships could help sustain innovation. The business model evolved similarly to address the reality of George as sole proprietor, recognizing that the development pace two minds had sustained would be impossible for one. George implemented a more structured product development calendar, with planned seasonal releases replacing the somewhat spontaneous introduction of new items that had characterized the twins' approach. This discipline allowed more focused development effort and created anticipated product launches that generated customer excitement while maintaining reasonable expectations for creative output. Staffing philosophy underwent parallel evolution. Where the twins had maintained relatively centralized creative control, George began cultivating an innovation team drawn from employees who had demonstrated particular aptitude for product development. Ron Weasley, who joined the business temporarily after the war before pursuing his Aura career, contributed substantially to this transition, helping implement systems that distributed creative responsibility while maintaining the distinctive Weasley sensibility that customers expected. Perhaps most poignant was the continued use of the double-double logo, and the shop name that still proclaimed itself Weasley's in the plural possessive form. When asked whether he would modify the branding to reflect his sole ownership, George's response revealed the depth of his commitment to their shared legacy. Fred's fingerprints are on every product, every enchantment, every corner of this shop. He's still very much a part of this business. This decision, while emotionally significant, also represented sound business strategy, maintaining brand continuity during a period when customers sought reassuring stability. The product line itself evolved to reflect both changed times and George's individual creative direction. The defensive items that had been necessitated by war were gradually de-emphasized, though not eliminated entirely, as their practical value remained even in peacetime. New categories emerged that reflected post-war sensibilities. Celebration sensations featured enhanced party supplies for a population eager to commemorate occasions freely again. Wizarding whimsy for the workplace offered subtle desk accessories that brought moments of joy to reconstructed ministry offices. The Wonder Witch line expanded significantly under George's direction, suggesting either a strategic focus on this growing market segment, or perhaps the influence of his relationship with Angelina Johnson, who would later become his wife. The expanded line included more sophisticated offerings, alongside the playful love potions, addressing a broader range of female customers with products that balanced whimsy with practical enchantments for everyday life. Financial management reflected similar maturation. Where the initial business had operated with somewhat informal accounting typical of young entrepreneurs, the post-war operation implemented more sophisticated tracking systems and long-term financial planning. This evolution partially reflected George's natural growth as a business owner, but also acknowledged the responsibility he now carried alone. The shop's profitability increased through this period, despite reduced product introduction pace, suggesting improvements in operational efficiency and inventory management. The mail-order business, which had become a critical revenue stream during wartime, continued its expansion in peacetime, eventually requiring dedicated facilities beyond the original shop. A warehouse in Hogsmeade was acquired and enchanted with automated fulfillment systems, allowing proximity to the important Hogwarts customer base, while providing the space needed for increased volume. This expansion represented the business's first geographical growth beyond Diagon Alley, foreshadowing the international development that would follow. By 2000, just 2 years after the battle, Weasley's wizard Wheezes had not merely survived but thrived under George's sole leadership. The shop's success contributed significantly to the revitalization of Diagon Alley, its steady customer traffic encouraging other businesses to re-establish themselves nearby. The joke shop became something of a symbol for the wizarding community's resilience, a place where laughter, temporarily subdued but never extinguished, could flourish again in the sunlight of hard-won peace. The most meaningful expansion came in 2001, with the opening of a second location in Hogsmeade, occupying the building that had once housed Zonko's joke shop. This development completed a circle begun years earlier, when the twins had first envisioned eventually buying out their inspiration and predecessor, the Hogsmeade shop. While maintaining the core Weasley's Wizard Wheezes identity, included architectural and design elements that subtly honored Zonko's contribution to the joke shop tradition, acknowledging the lineage of magical mischief-making, while establishing the Weasley approach as its modern evolution. George's approach to international expansion revealed the strategic wisdom he had developed through experience. Rather than immediately establishing overseas shops, which would have created significant management challenges, he developed strategic partnerships with established magical retailers in key markets, Paris, New York, Tokyo, who devoted dedicated sections of their shops to Weasley's Wizard Wheezes products. These partner shops received training in proper product demonstration and display, ensuring consistent brand experience, while limiting the operational complexity of direct international operation. By the time George's own children entered Hogwarts, Weasley's Wizard Wheezes had established itself as more than a successful business. It had become an institution in wizarding Britain, and an internationally recognized brand synonymous with magical innovation. What had begun as two teenagers' dream, sustained through the darkest period of modern wizarding history, now stood as one of the most tangible symbols of recovery and renewal. Yet perhaps the most meaningful aspect of this legacy was neither commercial success nor brand recognition, but the preservation of Fred Weasley's spirit in living form. Each product that brought laughter, each moment of wonder created by an ingenious magical toy, each small rebellion enabled by a cleverly designed distraction, these were not merely transactions, but tiny moments of Fred's continued presence in the world he had fought to defend. Through the persistent alchemy of grief transformed into creation, George ensured that the essence of their shared vision continued to illuminate countless lives. As the moon casts gentle silver light through your window tonight, consider how we honor those we have lost, not merely through remembrance of what was, but through nurturing what might yet be. The legacy of Weasley's wizard Wheezes reminds us that the true measure of our impact lies not in what we create alone, but in what continues to grow beyond us, shaped by our vision, but evolving to meet the needs of a changing world. What seedlings of possibility might you be cultivating that could flourish even beyond your own tending? How might the ventures you nurture today continue to bring light to others' lives in ways you cannot yet imagine? Like George continuing the shop that bears two names, what work begun in partnership might you be called to carry forward, transforming loss into lasting legacy? Chapter 12. Influence on Wizarding Commerce. The true measure of innovation lies not merely in its immediate success, but in its lasting impact on the world it touches. As we conclude our journey through the entrepreneurial saga of Fred and George Weasley, we turn our attention to the broader ripples their business created across wizarding commerce, transformations that extended far beyond the colorful confines of number 93, Diagon Alley, to reshape how magical businesses approached everything from product development to customer experience. Tonight, we explore how two young wizards with joke products and boundless imagination changed the very landscape of magical enterprise. Before Weasley's wizard Wheezes, wizarding retail followed predictable patterns established over centuries. Shops specialized in narrow categories of magical goods, wands, books, cauldrons, robes, with clear delineations between practical necessities and frivolous amusements. The shopping experience itself was similarly conventional. Merchandise displayed in orderly arrangements, interactions between proprietors and customers following formal patterns, environments designed for efficiency rather than engagement. Even Zonkos, the most established purveyor of magical jokes before the Weasleys, operated within these traditional boundaries despite its light-hearted inventory. Picture Diagon Alley in the years preceding the twins' arrival on the commercial scene, the cobblestone street lined with shops whose exteriors had remained largely unchanged for generations, windows displaying their wares with minimal theatricality, interiors arranged to facilitate transactions rather than experiences. Shopping was conducted as a necessary activity rather than an engaging pastime. While individual establishments might be beloved, Fortescue's ice cream parlor or Flourish and Blot's bookshop, the overall approach to magical commerce remained rooted in convention rather than innovation. The Weasley Revolution began with their fundamental reconceptualization of retail as theater. Their shop introduced the radical notion that the purchasing environment itself could be a form of entertainment, with each display an opportunity for engagement beyond mere product examination. The enchanted fountain in their main hall, the miniature demonstrations operating continuously in display cases, the atmospheric charms creating immersive experiences in different sections, these elements transformed shopping from transaction to adventure. Within months of their opening, other Diagon Alley merchants began incorporating more interactive elements in their own shops, recognizing that customer engagement had evolved beyond simple merchandise inspection. Product development methodology represented another area of significant influence. Traditional magical manufacturing followed established formulas with minimal variation, cauldron designs that had remained unchanged for centuries, standardized potion ingredients with no proprietary blends, spellbooks that compiled existing knowledge rather than creating new applications. The Weasleys' approach of continuous innovation, creating entirely new categories of magical items through creative combination of existing principles, challenged this static paradigm. By 1999, a noticeable shift had occurred across magical manufacturing. Established companies like Clean Sweep Brooms and Spellotape began establishing dedicated innovation departments, often recruiting directly from Hogwarts, rather than relying exclusively on traditionally trained craftspeople. The first New Products Exposition, held in London that year, featured over 200 magical items that hadn't existed before the twins opened their shop, evidence of how their approach to continuous development had influenced broader manufacturing philosophy. Their integration of Muggle concepts into magical contexts proved particularly influential. While Arthur Weasley's fascination with Muggle technology had been considered eccentric by mainstream wizarding society, his sons demonstrated that selective adaptation of non-magical techniques could create significant competitive advantages. Their application of Muggle marketing principles, inventory management systems, and customer relationship approaches, modified appropriately for magical implementation, established a new paradigm for wizarding business operations. The generation of young entrepreneurs who followed the Weasleys' success frequently cited them as influences, but implemented this integration in diverse fields beyond jokes and novelties. Luna Lovegood's innovative approach to magical publishing with the Quibbler's interactive special editions, Seamus Finnegan's revolutionary magical brewing techniques at Phoenix Spirits Distillery, and Padma Patel's enchanted textiles, combining magical and Muggle-inspired manufacturing methods, all reflected the Weasley willingness to transcend traditional boundaries between magical and non-magical techniques. Perhaps most significant was their transformation of joke products from mere novelties to respected magical craftsmanship. Before Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, magical jokes occupied a marginal position in wizarding commerce, amusing but unimportant, associated primarily with students and trivial applications. The sophisticated enchantments in products like their patented Daydream charms and the advanced defensive magic in their shield line demonstrated that seemingly frivolous applications could involve magical innovation deserving serious recognition. This elevation of previously dismissed magical categories created what magical economists later termed the Weasley effect. The recognition that significant magical innovation often emerged from unexpected, non-traditional sources rather than established institutions. By 2005, the Department of Magical Innovation at the Ministry had implemented specific grant programs for unconventional magical development, explicitly citing the twins' success as evidence that traditional evaluation metrics often overlooked valuable contributions from unexpected quarters. Their influence on wizarding workplace culture extended beyond specific products or techniques. The twins established a business environment that valued creativity and well-being, alongside productivity, regular innovation sessions, where all staff could contribute ideas, flexible scheduling that acknowledged individual work patterns, and an atmosphere that prioritized enjoyment alongside achievement. This approach contrasted sharply with traditional wizarding employment at institutions like Gringotts or the Ministry, where hierarchical structures and rigid traditions dominated workplace experience. As younger wizards and witches entered the workforce with different expectations, established magical institutions found themselves needing to adapt to attract talent. By 2010, even the traditionally conservative Gringotts had established innovation vaults where employees could develop new financial products and services in more collaborative environments. The Ministry of Magic, under Hermione Granger's influence, implemented significant workplace reforms that many observers noted bore striking similarities to practices first established at number 93, Diagon Alley. The twins' approach to ethical business practices similarly influenced broader commercial standards. Their steadfast refusal to develop products with harmful applications, even during wartime, when such items would have been highly profitable, established a model of principle-driven business decision-making. Their transparent sourcing of ingredients, fair treatment of suppliers, and commitment to product safety created a standard against which other magical businesses increasingly found themselves measured by discerning customers. This ethical dimension gained particular significance during the post-war rebuilding period, as wizarding society re-examined the values and structures that had allowed Voldemort's rise. The twins' demonstration that commercial success and ethical practice were compatible rather than contradictory offered an important model for the emerging economic order. The Business Ethics Committee established by the Wizengamot in 2000 included George Weasley among its founding members, recognizing his authority in this previously overlooked aspect of commercial regulation. Their influence on magical commerce extended to physical spaces beyond their own shop. The concept of retail environments designed for exploration and discovery rather than mere transaction gradually transformed. Diagon Alley itself, new establishments like magical menageries expanded interactive creature habitat and Flourish and Blot's reading rotunda, with atmospheric enchantments reflecting different literary genres, demonstrated how the Weasley approach to experiential retail had permeated even the most established businesses. This transformation reached its most visible expression in the complete redesign of Horizont Alley in 2007. Once a utilitarian side street focused on practical magical supplies, the renovation explicitly cited Weasley principles of engagement in creating a shopping district where each storefront offered interactive elements, where pathways encouraged exploration rather than efficient passage, and where the boundaries between shopping, entertainment, and education were intentionally blurred. The project's lead architect, former Hogwarts student Dean Thomas, acknowledged the twins as the primary inspiration for the revolutionary design. Perhaps most profound was their influence on how the wizarding world perceived the relationship between commerce and joy. Prior to their success, business was largely viewed as a serious practical necessity. Even Zonkos approached jokes as products rather than experiences. The twins demonstrated that commerce could be a vehicle for delivering not just goods but moments of delight, that transactions could create connections, that purchasing could be transformed from necessity to celebration. His philosophical shift manifested in events like the annual Diagon Alley Festival, instituted in 2003, where shops collaborated to create interactive experiences throughout the district, transforming commercial spaces into settings for community celebration. When the International Confederation of Wizards established its Commission on Magical Commerce and Community Well-being in 2010, their inaugural report specifically cited the Weasley model as evidence that commercial enterprises, properly conceived, contribute to social cohesion and collective joy beyond their economic functions. As you drift toward sleep tonight, consider the remarkable alchemy that transformed two young pranksters' vision into a force that reshaped an entire commercial landscape. The legacy of Weasley's wizard Wheezes reminds us that true innovation rarely respects established boundaries, that revolutionary ideas often emerge not from those with the most impressive credentials, but from those with the courage to imagine possibilities where others see only limitations. What conventions in your own world might be transformed through similar creative vision? How might joy and purpose be integrated into activities too often approached as mere necessity? Like the twins who brought color to a gradually graying street, what vibrant new perspective might you introduce to realms that have grown comfortable with the predictable patterns of the way things have always been done?